What a night we have ahead of us. Lots of releases tonight. We got the 2021 Absolute Football and Mosaic Choice Baseball releasing. Both of those 35% off this evening using promo code 1027NR35. All caps on that one. And then the big daddy discount is on the Recon basketball. Looks like the market prices have really dropped on that, and we didn't get the opportunity to adjust pricing. So therefore, take 50% off the prices we have there with promo code RECON50. Right there. Let's rock and roll. In addition, we have that Donruss Optic Hobby Basketball. We're doing a filler with that one. I think there's like 5 or 6, maybe 8 spots left right there. Let's close that for 30% off as well. Yeah, let's take a quick look here. 1 spot left in this pick your team. 2 spots left, pick your team plus random. 3 spots left, pick your team plus random. 3 spots left, pick your team plus random. Absolute football all night tonight. We will be dropping, or we'll be doing those we'll be putting new ones up as we get those. And for the first time ever, we're gonna crack the case right live on stream. So that means every Absolute Football break that you get, at least the next 12, are going to be part of from this case. And we've got the inventory stickers that we'll put on right there in front of you so that you can be sure of that. Cracking a case right here on the live stream. In the meantime, we're ready to get started with some Absolute Baseball, but we have a 3-pack of teams to auction off. A 3-pack of teams to auction off. That's going to be the Orioles, the Rockies, and the Padres. We will start the bidding for them at $5, and we'll do that in increments of $1. Increments of $1 right there. And just wanted to say thank you to everyone who stuck through us through all those eBay issues today. Can't imagine that was not frustrating for all of you getting your invoices at later points during the day. All of a sudden having product breaks or teams show up in your cart that you didn't expect to be there anymore, weren't sure that you won. That was very frustrating for us as well, but finally that got resolved around 3:30 and we were able to start getting those out, our actual final invoices out to all of you. And for those of you that may have paid double shipping because of that eBay issue, we will be refunding all the shipping first thing tomorrow morning. Mr. CEO with 7, the current high bid. Do we have 8 for this Oriole, Rockies, and Padres combo? In the meantime, while we're waiting to do that, we're going to start dropping some stuff in our saute sizzle pot. Here's one of those 2021 Court Kings blaster boxes. That's going to go right in for some of our giveaways this evening. We have 8 from AMPX right there. Here we go. All those right into the sizzle pot. And then we're going to drop a Donruss Optic 2020 blaster box in there as well. 8 from AMPX, the current high bid. Do we have 9? 12 from Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO not messing around. You know what? I'm feeling frisky. We'll drop this Panini Prism blaster in there as well to get things started. 12 from Mr. CEO, and we're going to start the countdown. Alrighty, countdown is complete. Mr. CEO, you've got it. You know what to do. The link is in the chat. You sure do, Dustin, and make sure you use that promo code to get into that absolute football for sure. Oh, and we are cooking with gas now. Alrighty. John, if you want to get those teams loaded.
They're loaded.
Let's try and break the case. I thought about doing absolute just as a case break and should have posted that a long time ago. That would have been a lot of fun, but very expensive for sure. Alrighty, here we go, folks. This is break 1543. 1543, the 2021 Panini Absolute Hobby one box. Pick your team. And John, when you get a second, can I get some more of those BreakTraders cards, either the Roxy or the regular ones?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, actually, I've got some regular ones right here. Never mind. We are all set on that. Alrighty, we have Billy Martin of the New York Yankees, Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals, and Hyun Jin Aru of the Toronto Blue Jays out of 149. That is going to Kevin. Following that up with an Icons, Justin Verlander of the Houston Astros, going to Chris. And then we have a Paul Goldschmidt Unsung Heroes out of 149 of the St. Louis Cardinals, going to Greg right there. That's true. You can definitely do that, Haley. Let's see what we've got going here. We have our first. It's going to be just a Tools of the Trade. Ivan Rodriguez of the Detroit Tigers, and then the out of 99, Bent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins auto. Ivan Rodriguez of the Detroit Tigers with that Tools of the Trade heading to Chris B right there. And then we have Brent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins. That's going to be out of 99, that rookie signature. And that is going to be heading to Bryce. And if you're new to BreakTraders, I apologize. Normally I would call your name out right now, but because of all those eBay issues today, we weren't able to figure that out. So I apologize about that. And once again, thank everyone for their patience figuring that out. That was definitely a difficult process. And because of that, we're running 40% off the available teams in the pre-scheduled breaks tonight. 40% off the remaining available teams in those ones using the code eBay error. Alrighty, we have Yogi Berra of the New York Yankees. Yogi Berra of the Yankees right there. Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox. Dansby Swanson of the Braves. Max Fried of the Atlanta Braves as well. Then we have a Frank Chance of the Chicago Cubs, followed by Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. That's out of 149 going to James. And then we have Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays. And that is going to be going to Kevin with that rookie class right there. And then our memorabilias are going to be a little, oopsie daisy, a patches. And that is going to be 9 out of 10, Pedro Severino. And then an out of 25, Braylon Marquez auto. The 9 out of 10, Pedro Severino of the Washington Nationals going to Chris. That's a nice patch right there for sure. Followed up by that Braylon Marquez out of 25 auto of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to Candy. Alrighty, let's run down these inserts and parallels. We have the rookie class, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays, the Salvador Perez out of 149 of the Royals, the Unsung Heroes out of 149, that's Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Justin Verlander Icons of the Houston Astros, and then Hyun-Jin Ryu out of 149 of the Toronto Blue Jays right there. And now on to our featured cards. First up, we have the Ivan Rodriguez Tools of the Trade of the Detroit Tigers heading to Chris B. And the Brent Rooker out of 99 rookie signatures of the Minnesota Twins heading to Bryce. So those are our first two memorabilia cards of this break. And then it gets hot and heavy with the out of 25 and the 9 out of 10. Braylon Marquez out of 25 of the Chicago Cubs going to Candy. And Pedro Severino out of 10 of the Washington Nationals heading to Chris B. And with that, we are done with break 1543. Which means we're going to move on to our next break, this Bowman Chrome. But first, I think it's time that we do a TV show keyword giveaway. What do you think, John?
I think so.
Alrighty. Here we go. The first keyword of tonight is going to be murder. Who killed Sarah? Incorrect. The Circle, incorrect. Law and Order, incorrect. Rain, incorrect. Great show, though. Dexter, incorrect. You is correct. Dustin takes it with you. Let's see what Dustin's going to get. And it's going to be a Court Kings 2020-21. Court Kings 2020-21 to kick things off right here. Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, a Artistry in Motion, Tim Duncan, the big fundamental of the Spurs, and then Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Alrighty, we have no teams available in this next break, which means we're going to get it underway. Here we go. This is break 1544, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Light. One box, pick your team. And if you like baseball, you can take 35% off some Mosaic Choice Baseball that just got released today. We've also got Topps Heritage Minor League Baseball, but that is for personal breaks only for $79.99 on the site. We have the Alex Baum RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Michael, followed up by a Melvin Valdez Bowman first out of 250 of the Cincinnati Reds going to Michael as well. And then we have an Asa Lacy black and white of the Kansas City Royals, and that's going to be going to Eric, followed up by Reed Detmers of the Angels and Heidbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers. And we're on to our second pack in this Bowman Chrome Light box. We have the Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, Josh Donaldson of the Minnesota Twins, a 40-man futures, Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants going to Derek. Then we have Mr. Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. JT Realmuto of the Phillies, a Nolan Gorman 2020 summer camp of the Cardinals right there. Following that up with an Austin Wells black and white of the New York Yankees going to Michael. And then we have Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers. And that is going to be a Bowman first heading to Michael, as well as Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers. Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, Bowman first, and that is going to Derek. We have Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, a dawn of glory. Abel, get your elbows off the table. Mick Abel of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Michael. Then we have Max Meyer of the Marlins and Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres. We have Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, a shimmer Francisco Alvarez out of 299 of the Mets as well. That's going to be going to Steven. Then we have a black and white Emerson Hancock of the Seattle Mariners going to Michael. Following that up with Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals and Pratik Bailey of the San Francisco Giants. Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, a Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, a 40-man futures, Mick Abel of the Phillies heading to a Michael right there. And then we have Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds and Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers. I definitely want to see some recon basketball, and I get yours for 50% off. Due to some market pricing adjustments. Kyber Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers, that's a rook right there going to Steven. Followed up by Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays heading to William. Then we have a black and white Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals going to Michael. Followed up by a Victor Acosta Bowman first of the San Diego Padres heading to Michael. And an Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets Bowman first right there going to Steven. And we have 3 packs left in this break. We have Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Michael as Michael. Followed up by a summer camp, Corbin Carroll of the Diamondbacks, and a 40-man futures, Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies. That Diamondback going to Michael, and this Colorado Rocky heading to Michael as well. Followed by a Bowman first, Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals heading to a Michael. And then we have Heston Curtisade of the Baltimore Orioles. And we got 2 packs left in this one. We have Geraldo Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks RC, and that is going to Michael. Following that up with Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs, a Bobby Witt Jr. black and white of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to be heading to Eric. Followed up by Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers and Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics. Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals going to Michael. Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Steven. Then we have a Jose Ramirez out of 499 of the Cleveland Guardians, and that's going to Michael as well. Followed up by Justin Foscue of the Texas Rangers and Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies. Alrighty, let's run this down. We have Geraldo Perdomo of the Oakland Athletics RC, or of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Sorry, I misspoke there. Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers, and Alex Bam Moran of the Philadelphia Phillies. And then here we go of our Bowman first rundown. Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets, Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres, Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers, and Melvin Valdez out of 250 of the Cincinnati Reds. That's going to be going to Michael. And with that, we are done with break 1544. Done with break 1544. And I think it's time to randomize murder.
Sounds good to me.
Type murder in the chat. Murder, 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 and I'll start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And it is going to be a Prism Blaster.
It's
Dustin.
again.
Wow, Dustin with the back-to-backs right there. Sammy Hubbard of the Bengals, Philip Lindsay of the Denver Broncos, a DJ Dallas of the Seattle Seahawks right there. And right there, RC, followed by a Hollywood Brown with that orange of the Baltimore Ravens going to Dustin. Alrighty, we will be right back from BT Field for some Panini Certified. Alrighty, we are back with some certified football, and we have one team to auction off here, and that's the Green Bay Packers. Bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. Six right there. Do we have 7? Alrighty, looks like 6 could be it, which means the countdown will begin. 7. Dustin has it for 7. Got it in right before the countdown started. Alrighty. We've got that done. Dustin wins it. Dustin, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. I'm drinking the Genesee Cran Orange Keller beer. Brand new this year. It is very easy to drink. No problem, Brett. I accept your apology. All right. I guess we're going to have to do another show while we wait for Dustin here. You know, let's just randomize the last keyword we were going to do.
What?
Let's randomize the last keyword for you, or the second to last for you.
Okay.
Right here, John.
Yeah.
All,
Set up for it.
what's up, Spangs? Donald, yes, this is football. This is going to be the certified football hobby one boxer.
Okay.
All right, while we wait to receive payment right there, type bakery in the chat. We'll be randomizing this one. Alrighty, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Corey Bowman.
Corey, bum 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 ram, getting the Court Kings right there. We have the Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Tyler Hero of the Heat, Drew Holiday of the Pelicans, a Contemporaries, Donovan Mitchell. That's a clean-looking card right there. And then a Cole Anthony RC of the Orlando Magic. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. This is break 1545. 1545. The 2021 Panini Certified Hobby one box. Pick your team. This is break 1545. Sorry to disappoint, Brett. All right, we have Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans, followed up by a graffiti Cam Akers of the Los Angeles Rams right there. Then we have Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Alvin Kamara just got his little backfield buddy back today with a little Mark Ingram trade. And then here we go. It is a out of 25, the 3-color Justin Herbert patch of the Chargers going to Chris B. And that is going to be 2 out of 25 right there with the tricolor patch right there. Very, very nice. Taysom Hill of the Saints to kick things off. Following that up, we have a little dark horse, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys. Then we have Mr. Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie roll call out of 30. That is Mr. Jalen Waddle, and that is the first Saute Sizzler of the night. And that is going to Andrew with the Miami Dolphins. Nice Jalen Waddle hit right there. Finally, a certified box to remember. And if those Najee out of 50s are going for 75, that Waddle's got to be pretty solid. We have the Drew Lock of the Broncos, followed by Jabril Cox out of 299 of the Dallas Cowboys, going to Steven. Then we have a filler card, followed up by a seal of approval, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, followed up by Danny Jones of the Giants and J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by Carson Wentz out of 249 of the Indianapolis Colts, and then Alvin Kamara out of 199 of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have Mr. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by David Johnson of the Houston Texans. We have Darius Slayton of the New York Football Giants to kick things off right there, followed up by an A.J. Brown Stars of the Tennessee Titans. Then we have Michael Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is out of 499. That's a 3-color freshman fabric Jalen Darden. What a great autograph that is. And that is going to Josh. Congratulations, Josh. We have Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett of the Browns, followed by Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills with that dark horse right there. Yep, we do. Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2. Then Odell Beckham of the Browns and Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs. You can always check out right underneath my face is the scheduled lineup. And then here we go. It is going to be a Tua Tagovailoa out of 299 with that crotch patch right there of the Miami Dolphins. Going to Andrew. Poor guy. He's playing some of the best football of his life, and that Dolphins team is just absolutely putrid. Donald, I will do my best. DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers, followed up by a Monty Rice of the Tennessee Titans going to Josh, and that's out of 99. Then we have the seal of approval, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there, followed up by Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the Giants. And we have 3 packs left in this box. Yeah, that would have been a killer 2020 box. I'd say overall, though, not a bad box at all. We have Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, followed by Dwayne Eskridge, RC out of 249 of the Seattle Seahawks. That's going to be going to Andrew, followed up by the filler card. And then we have the Stars, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, followed up by Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Cam Akers of the Rams, Jamison Crowder of the Jets, a Chase Young out of 149 graffiti of the Washington Football Team going to Josh. Then we have Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts and Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we got 1 pack left. DeAndre Swift of the Lions, followed by Russell Wilson out of a $1.99 of the Seahawks right there. Then we have a gold team DK Metcalf, also of the Seahawks, followed by Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs and Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. And with that, we are done opening packs in this break. Let's run them down. Our rookie rundown, we have Dwayne Eskridge out of 249 of the Seahawks, Monty Rice out of 99 of the Tennessee Titans, and Jabril Cox out of 299 of the Dallas Cowboys. And on to our featured cards. First, our featured veterans. There are 2. And we have the Justin Herbert out of 25 of the Chargers going to Chris. And then we have a Tua of the Miami Dolphins out of 299 going to Andrew. And now on to our rookie hits here. First, we have the Jalen Darden rookie patch auto, followed by the Jalen Waddle rookie roll call of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins headed to Andrew, and Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Josh. And right there, we are done with break 1545. Done with break 1545. Alrighty. Folks, remember we do still have some spots available and in some other breaks this evening. Some that are awaiting, or that didn't get picked up. 12 teams left. Some coming up here shortly, 1547. You have the Pacers and the Thunder. You can get those for 40% off right there. In addition, the break right after that, 1548 is full. The Rockies and Absolute Baseball. And then we have some in our basketball breaks later. And then also the Washington football team later. But look at all these breaks in the red zone. We have Absolute Football, which you're going to get for 35% off using the keyword 1027 on our 35. That Origins Football, we don't have any discounts on. Neither do we have the Certified Football, but maybe we'll drop something spicy on there as well. And then we have that Recon Basketball, pick your team plus random, 50% off on those. 50% off on those. And then I would love to see this Mosaic Baseball Hobby 3-team random or card random drop. Or Mosaic Baseball Choice, sorry. We have the 3-team random and card random right there. We also have a new Absolute Football Hobby 1-box, pick your team up. Alrighty. So that being said, we are going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with some Donruss Hobby Hybrid. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and we're about to get into this Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1-boxer. But first, we're going to do our next keyword giveaway. This is our new show. The new show keyword. And John, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
Okay, I am ready.
There we go. Guns. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Go Bills for sure. Guns, guns, guns. Narcos is not it. Thanks, Brett. Show giveaway guessing has ended, which means the break is starting. 1546, the 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 1-box. Pick your team. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, TJ Hawkinson of the Lions. And then we have Tom Brady of the Bucks and Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers, followed by a Chuba Hubbard RC of the Panthers heading to Eric. And then we have Travis Kelce out of 500 of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by an Elite Series rookies, and that's Mr. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia, followed up by Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Chris. Nice, Cynthia. Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, followed by Olivier Vernon of the Browns, T.Y. Hilton of the Colts, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, and then we have a Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns and T.J. Watt of the Steelers, followed by Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans heading to Cynthia, followed up by Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings. That's a red press proof right there going to Haley. Elite Series, Eddie George of the Tennessee Titans, and then Mr. Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. My memory's shot though. Yeah, and then Josh, I'm sure as throughout the day your cart just kept getting bigger and bigger. That was also a nice an added surprise. And unfortunately, we had some eBay issues yesterday and into all day today. We've been dealing with them and went through that. Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Brandon Cooks of the Texans, A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. Then we have Keelan Cole of the Jets, John Elway of the Denver Broncos, Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Right there. Then we have a silver Jamal Adams press proof of the Seattle Seahawks. That's going to Cynthia. Followed up by a inducted Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts right there. And then we have an Action All-Pros, Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. And wow, look how easy it is to beat the Chiefs this year. All you have to do is not blitz Patrick Mahomes, and he can't do anything. It's truly amazing. Like, you just sit back and cover 2, rush 4, and he's Not a capable quarterback anymore. Miles Sanders of the Eagles. Andy Dalton of the Bears. Then we have Chad Johnson of the Bengals, followed by Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins. Following that up with Jamison Crowder of the Jets. We have Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team headed to Mark. And then we have a green preview. Sammy Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts going to Adam right there. Following that up with a red press-proof Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings and a Power Formulas Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, followed by Steve Young of the 49ers. Yeah. Patrick, he might have like one of the worst families in sports. Like his wife, I think it is, and his brother are terrible. Darius Slayton of the Giants, Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills, followed up by Brian Burns of the Panthers, Johnny Hecker of the Rams. Then we have Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, also Michael Gallup of the Cowboys, followed up by a Kellen Mond, RC of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Haley. And then we have a red press-proof Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins, followed up by a road to the Super Bowl Tom Brady right there of the Buccaneers, and then the Rookies edition, and that is Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as well, going to Steven. Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, followed by Drew Lock of the Broncos, Logan Thompson of the Washington football team, Zach Cunningham of the Texans, James Robinson of the Jaguars, Saquon Barkley of the Giants. Then we have a Patrick Surtain rated rookie of the Denver Broncos going to Josh, followed up by a red press-proof Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions going to Josh as well. Followed up by an Antonio Brown. The champ is here of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there. And then we have the rookies, Dwame Brown of the Washington football team heading to Mark. And we have posted another absolute football pick your team plus random and another absolute football pick your team. Both of those are loaded and the discount is eligible on those as well. 35% off. Alrighty. We have a Denzel Mims to get started. Followed up by Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Evan Ingram of the Giants, a little Emmanuel Ogba of the Dolphins, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals. We have Brett Favre of the Packers, followed by Randy Moss of the Vikings. And then we have I Am Groot of the Buffalo Bills going to Scott. And followed up by the Green Optic preview, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is going to Josh right there. Nice hit. I know if you get those of the quarterbacks, they're worth a bunch. So I bet that Jamar Chase is decent. Followed up by the red press-proof Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. Then we have a DeAndre Hopkins highlights of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia. Followed up by a Dominators Justin Herbert of the Chargers. And we have 3 packs left in this one. We have Tre'Davious White of the Buffalo Bills. Tre'Davious White of the Buffalo Bills, followed by James White of the Patriots. And then we're going to have Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Following that up with Sam Darnold of the Panthers. Then we have a little Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. Tommy Tremblay right there of the Carolina Panthers headed to Eric. A red press-proof Joe Burrow of the Bengals. The Legends series, and that's going to be Mr. Warren Sapp of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Followed by the rookies, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. And that is going to Cynthia. Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Randy Moss of the Vikings right there, followed up by DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Mo Alley Cox of the Colts, a little Mark Brunell action of the Jags, Drew Brees of the Saints, another Davis Mills right there, the Houston Texans going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have Jalen Ramsey, red press proof of the Los Angeles Rams, an Elite Series, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and then a Action All-Pros, and that is going to be Mr. Jalen Ramsey of the Los Angeles Rams as well. Alrighty, and we are on to our last pack in this one. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings. Following that up, we have Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, followed up by Devontae Adams of the Packers and Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Steelers. A rated rookie, that's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Cleveland Browns. That's going to Chris B, followed by Tyrann Mathieu, red press proof of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Andrew. Then we're going to have a retro series, Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by a portrait, Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Portrait Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers right there. Alrighty, folks, let's run these rookies down. The portrait, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Cleveland Browns, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, the rookies, Davis Mills of the Texans as well, Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers, Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills, the rookies, Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team, a red press proof, Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions, Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos, Jalen Darden of the Buccaneers, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, the Green Optic Preview, Sammy Ellinger of the Colts, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings, a red press proof Kene Nwangwu of the Minnesota Vikings, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Kadarius Toney Gridiron Kings of the New York Giants, and Ian Book Elite Series of the Saints, and Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. And now on to our featured cards. And we have two of them right there. We have the silver Jamal Adams press proof out of 100 of the Seattle Seahawks heading to Cynthia. And the green optic preview Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Josh. And with that, we are done with break 1546. And we will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. All right, we are back with some Revolution basketball. Revolution basketball up in the his house. All righty. First up, we have a 2-pack of the Hawks and Bulls. We are going to start the bidding for that at $5 in increments of $1. $5 in increments of $1. 6 from Josh. Seven from Cynthia. Do we have 8? All right, well, the countdown will begin. Eight from AMPX, which means we're going to have a 15-second countdown. 9 from Chris. Alrighty, and Chris takes it. Chris, the link to pay is in the chat. Next up, we're going to have a 2-pack of the Cavs and the Nuggets. Bidding for them begins at $5 in increments of $1. Seven from Gavin. Do we have 8? We are going to start the countdown. Alrighty, and Gavin takes it for $7. Gavin takes it for $7, which means we have our last team here to auction off, and that is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Bidding for them will begin at $5 in increments of $1. 6, 9 from Chris. 10 from Dustin. 11 right there from Akipu. 15 from Mr. CEO. 17 from Dustin. Alrighty, we will start the countdown. 19 from Mr. CEO, which means we'll have another countdown to go. Well, actually, he got it in right before the countdown started, which means this will be the final, unless there's another bid. And CEO takes it. CEO takes it right there. And you know what to do, Mr. CEO. And here are the codes for the Absolute Football and the Recon Basketball as well. And while we wait to receive payment right there, type guns in the chat. We'll be randomizing guns. I haven't opened a pack yet, but I'm excited for them, so I hope we do. Guns, guns, guns. And I'll start a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Yeah,
Who is...
Beach.
And here we go, and it's going to be that Donruss Optic right there. Going to Gavin. Nick Bosa of the San Francisco Giants. Phil Rivers of the Colts. A Jordan Love silver-rated rookie right there of the Green Bay Packers. Followed by Colby Parkinson of the Seattle Seahawks. And you know what, Harry? Just because you're excited, Mosaic Blasters as well. Alrighty. Oh, got this backwards. Sorry about that, folks. Here we go, folks. This is break 1547, the 2020-21 Revolution One Box. Pick your team. Nice, thanks, Harry. We have Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Kobe White of the Bulls, Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, and then a groovy, let's groove tonight, CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers, RC going to Andrew, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers, heading to Brad. That is true, Harry. Goran Dragic of the Heat, Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, followed by a rookie revolution, and that is Mr. Patrick Williams of the Bulls, going to Chris right there, followed up by a Precious Achua RC of the Miami Heat, heading to Andrew. And again, folks, if you're new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. However, we've got discounts tonight. Recon Basketball, 50% off. Absolute Football, 35% off. Mosaic Choice Baseball, 35% off. Chad, they are Eastern Time. Kevin Horter of the Atlanta Hawks. Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Nikola Vukovic of the Magic. A Groove. Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors, heading to Gavin. Followed by a rookie revolution, RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, going to Gavin as well. We have Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, a Groove, Kevin Love of the Brooklyn Nets right there, heading to Brad, followed up by an Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, going to Gavin. Origins is closed. We have Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Christian Wood of the Rockets, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, a Astro, Steven Adams of the Thunder, going to Gavin right there. Followed up by a Vortex, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, heading to Andrew. And we have 3 packs left. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks. We have Jacine Chait right there with that Astro RC of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to Eric, followed by Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs, going to Josh. Appreciate that. Elfrid Payton of the Knicks, Devin Booker of the Suns, Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors. And then here we go, folks. It's a Shockwave Revolution. Oh! Galactic Karl Anthony Towns heading to Mr. CEO. This break is on fire! Right there with that Galactic Timberwolves pit. Followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. And we got 1 pack left. Draymond Green of the Warriors, John Collins of the Hawks, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, a Sunburst, Steven Adams out of 75 of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is going to Mr. CEO, followed by Trey Jones of the Spurs right there. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We have the Shockwave Revolution, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, the Vortex, Giannis of the Bucks, and the Shockwave, LeBron James of the Lakers. And then our featured cards, we have, or our parallels, we have the Steven Adams Sunburst out of 75 of the Pelicans, the Astro Steven Adams, the Groove Kevin Durant, and the Groove Kyle Lowry. Following that up, our regular rookies, We have Trey Jones of the Spurs, Devin Vassell of the Spurs. Both of those going to Josh. And Isaac Okoro of the Cavs to Gavin. And Precious Achua of the Heat to Andrew. And then we have our rookie rundown of our inserts and parallels. We have the 2 rookie revolutions. Both the RJ Hampton of the Nuggets, that's heading to Gavin, and Patrick Williams of the Bulls going to Chris. Following that up with a groove, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers to Andrew, and an Astrid Jacine Chait of the Houston Rockets going to Eric. And then the big hitter right there is going to be a Karl Anthony Towns Galactic of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1547. Nice hit right there. Alrighty, and we're moving on. Here we go, folks. This is break 1548, the 2020-2021 Donruss Optic Fast Break 1 box. Pick your team. Giving up Teddy B seems like a great pick. Great decision. Montrezl Harrell of the Lakers. Lou Williams of the Clippers. Rudy Gay of the Spurs. A silver. Luke Kennard of the Clippers. Followed by Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls. Going to Steven. And I swear, if we just have silver, 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 I'm going to lose my mind. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, a hollow Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers right there, followed up by a Jordan Nora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to Michael. Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, Devin Booker of the Suns, and here we go, right off the bat, it is a out of 20. Woo! James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Matthew, and we know that that 2 out of 20 right there is definitely a saute sizzler. It is Mag City up in here. The Revolution that we have for this evening are loose boxes purchased. They're not purchased by the case because our distributor won't sell it to us by the case. Jonas Valanciunas of the Memphis Grizzlies right there going to Cynthia, followed by Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics heading to Mark. We have Spencer Dinwiddie of the Brooklyn Nets, Josh Richardson of the Mavs, Kelly Oubre of the Warriors, a hollow Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors going to Matthew, followed by Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings going to Jack. Keldon Johnson of the Spurs, Dante DiVincenzo of the Bucks, Rajon Rondo of the Hawks, a elite dominator Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, followed by Mr. Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings, and that is going to Jack. And wow, already better, just a few packs in than all the boxes we had already last week.
Looking up.
Things are looking up. This is a fast break box. Donruss Optic fast break. Cody Zeller of the Hornets, Lonnie Walker of the Spurs, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, a disco hollow Harrison Barnes of the Kings, followed by Kenyon Martin, rated rookie of the Houston Rockets, right there, and that is going to Cynthia. Zion of the Pelicans, followed by Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, a silver De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, followed by Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets, and that is going to Andrew. Chris Middleton of the Bucks, LeBron James of the Lakers, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, a purple James Harden out of 95 of the Brooklyn Nets, going to Andrew right there. Following that up with a Vernon Carey Jr. RC of the Charlotte Hornets, going to Wyatt. Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Goran Dragic of the Heat, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, a silver Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors, followed up by Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, going to Matthew. Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Dwight Powell of the Mavs, James Harden of the Nets, a red CJ McCollum out of 85 of the Portland Trailblazers, going to Andrew. And then we have a Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics, heading to Mark. Paul George of the Clippers, Tyler Hero of the Heat, Paul Millsap of the Nuggets, a reigning 3 Steve Nash hollow, followed by Mr. Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards base right there of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is going to Wingachun. Nice hit right there. This box is better than all 4 from last week. We have Sekou Dimboya of the Detroit Pistons, followed by Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers, followed up by a hollow Cole Anthony Jr. of the Orlando Magic, going to Matthew, followed by a Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers, going to Eric. Mitch Robinson of the Knicks, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Aaron Gordon of the Magic, followed by a silver Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors to Michael, followed up by RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, and that is going to Andrew. 5 packs left in this one. We have Thomas Bryant of the Washington Wizards, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Darius Garland of the Cavaliers. Then we have a hollow Steph Curry of the Warriors, and then a purple Dwight Powell, and that's out of 95 of the Dallas Mavericks right there, going to Phil, followed up by Theo Maledon, rated rookie of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to Michael. Giannis of the Bucks, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Hawks, a silver Jarrett Allen of the Cleveland Cavaliers right there. Then we have a Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, going to Michael right there as well. And we have 3 packs left. Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, followed by Trae Young of the Hawks, John Collins of the Hawks as well. Then we have a disco Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns right there, followed up by a Jameis Ramsey of the Sacramento Kings going to Jack. Akipoo, sorry. We have Buddy Hield of the Sacramento Kings, DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, Daniel House of the Houston Rockets, a silver Danilo Gallinari of the Atlanta Hawks right there. Following that up, we have a Sadiq Bey rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons going to Matthew. And we have one box left, or one pack left in this break. Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Alex Caruso of the Lakers, PJ Washington of the Hornets, a red Luke Kennard out of 85 of the Los Angeles Clippers. Then we have a Malachi Flynn rated rookie of the Toronto Raptors. Alrighty, that's the end, so let's run these down. First, our colored parallels, the red Luke Kennard, purple Dwight Powell, red CJ McCollum, and purple James Harden. And then here we go. Let's run these rookies down. Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, RJ Hampton of the Nuggets, a silver Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, a disco Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Killian Hayes of the Pistons, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets, Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Hornets, Tyrese Halliburton, of the Rockets, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, Robert Woodard of the Kings, the disco Nico Mannion of the Warriors, Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, Jordan Nora of the Bucks, and Patrick Williams of the Bulls. And on to our featured cards, of which there's two, and they're both rookies, one bigger than the other. It's the Anthony Edwards base of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Wingachun. And then there's the James Weissman, 2 out of 20 of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Matthew. And that is the end of break 1548. We'll be right back with some absolute football. We are definitely going to do Origins tonight, Josh. That will be getting put on the schedule as well. That's just probably going to be a little later in the night because we filled up all the slots in between now and eBay. Alrighty, let's get in here. So we have our first absolute football break of the evening, which means it is time to crack the case. Cracking the case right here. Alrighty. The first 6 right out of here, or first 2 out of here, I guess. And we will get those tags on them, so that you know that all these breaks are coming from a sealed case of absolute football. So it's going to be 1611 inventory through 1622 will all be from the same case. I am absolutely lit up about this one. There we go. Alrighty. Which means here we go. This, our first absolute football break of the evening. Break number 1236. The one box pick your team of 2021 absolute football. All right, we have the Khalil Mack of the Chicago Bears to kick things off right there. Khalil Mack of the Chicago Bears going to Steve, followed up by Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers going to Lucas. And then we have a Saquon Barkley, and that is going to be out of 100. The Spectrum Red right there of the New York Football Giants going to John. And then our first hit from this one is going to be a War Room Cornell Powell patch right there. And that is going to be not out of 25. Cornell Powell out of 25 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. And then here we go. Our next hit is going to be a rookie premier out of 399. That is Elijah Moore right there. Elijah Moore out of 399 of the New York Jets going to Steve. Got the football in there with the patch and everything. Nice cards right there. And we're on to our second box our second mini box. We have AJ Green of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by Patrick Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we're going to have a Dwayne Eskridge RC out of 250 of the Seattle Seahawks. And that is going to be going to Cynthia right there. Followed up by a Tools of the Trade Earl Campbell out of 25 of the Houston Oilers, now the Tennessee Titans going to Cynthia. Hey John, I don't think so. They're probably just in the videos. And then last up, we have a Davis Mills introductions right there out of 75 of the Houston Texans going to Lucas. And we're on to the last mini right here. We have the Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals to kick things off right there. Followed up by a Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we're going to have a numbered, and that is going to be Mr. Keenan Allen out of 25 right there of the Los Angeles Chargers, going to Steve. Followed up by a air raid, and that is going to be out of 75, Mr. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. And that is heading to Lucas. And last but not least, we have an Elijah Molden auto out of 25 of the Tennessee Titans, and that is going to Cynthia. It is guaranteed player worn used. I don't know. It does not say game worn, though. Alrighty, let's run these down. We have the Keenan Allen out of 25 of the Chargers and the Saquon Barkley out of 100 of the New York Giants. Following that up, we have two rookie hits right there. We have the Dwayne Eskridge out of 250 and the Davis Mills out of 75. Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks to Cynthia. Davis Mills of the Texans going to Lucas. And now on to the rest of our hits. First, our two veteran hits. We have Mr. Earl Campbell of the Tennessee Titans, formerly the Houston Texans, tools of the trade out of 25, going to Cynthia, and the Lamar Jackson out of 75 of the Baltimore Ravens, going to Lucas. And then we have three hits here. Our three rookies. We have the Cornell Powell out of 25, a War Room of the Kansas City Chiefs to Cynthia. Elijah Moore out of 399 of the Jets to Steve. And Elijah Molden out of 25 of the Tennessee Titans going to Cynthia as well. And with that, we are done with break 1236. Not a bad start to absolute football for the evening. And oh boy, we've got a lot of it coming up here. But first, we are going to go to the BT field for some baseball. We are back and ready for some baseball. Here we go, folks. This is break number 1499, the Bowman Chrome 3-team random. Right there. And let's see how many times we are going to randomize this one. 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty. And it is ready to rock and roll. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves right there, going to Steven, followed by Shane Beaver of the Cleveland Guardians. A 40-man features Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates right there, followed up by a Makar Perez Bowman first of the Seattle Mariners. And that is going to be heading to Gene. And then we have a Yiddy Cape of the Miami Marlins going to Gene as well. And that is also a Bowman first. Keston Hiura of the Milwaukee Brewers, Pete Alonso of the Mets, an Adley Rutschman 2020 summer camp of the Baltimore Orioles going to Mr. CEO, followed by Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs going to Mr. CEO as well. And then we have Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels and headed to Mr. CEO. Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Mike Trout of the Dodgers, a Jefferson Cuero out of Orange Shimmer out of 25 right there. 4 out of 25 of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is heading to Steven. Following that bad boy up, we have the Hybrid Perez of the Brewers and Nick Gonzalez of the Pirates. We have Joe Adele RC of the Los Angeles Angels right there, going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Sam Huff out of 299 RC of the Texas Rangers to Timothy. A Hydebert Perez 40-man futures of the Brewers going to Steven. Then we have Wander Franco, the Tampa Bay Rays, and a Christian Santana Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers, and that is heading to Eric. Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins going to Timothy. Following that up with a Bobby Delback of the Boston Red Sox to Eric. And then we have a Julio Correas Bowman first out of 299 auto of the Colorado Rockies going to Timothy. Followed up with a Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Steven. And Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins right there going to Gene. And now we're on to our last pack in this one. We have Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, followed up by a Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians to Francisco, and then a Gabriel Arias out of 125 of the Guardians as well. Then we have a Robert Hassel of the Padres and Jordan Walker of the Cardinals. Jesus Sanchez, RC of the Miami Marlins. That's going to go to Gene, followed up by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds RC heading to Mr. CEO. A 40-man futures Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals to Francisco, followed by Shea Langeliers of the Braves, and a Gabriel Rodriguez Bowman first of the Cleveland Guardians to Francisco as well. Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays to Timothy, followed up by Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers to Tim as well. Then we have Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals, that 2020 summer camp going to Francisco, followed up by William Diaz Bowman first of the Los Angeles Dodgers to CEO, and Johnny Piron of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Steven. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Kyle Lewis of the Mariners, a Dawn of Glory, Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Steven, followed up by Grayson Rodriguez of the Orioles and Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals. Three packs left. Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Jorge Soler of the Royals, a 40-man futures Asa Lacy right there, followed up by Austin Wells of the New York Knicks, and Emerson Hancock of the Mariners. And we're on to 2 packs left in this break. Jose Ramirez of the Guardians, JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, and then we have a Dawn of Glory, Emerson Hancock out of 99 of the Seattle Mariners going to Gene. Following that up, we have Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals and Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. And here we are on to our last pack. Bryce Harper of the Phillies, George Springer of the Blue Jays, a Alex Baum out of 250 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Timothy, followed by Austin Hendrick of the Reds and Jarren Duran of the Red Sox. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Alex Baum out of 250 of the Phillies to Timothy, Sam Huff of the Rangers, right there, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Ryan Jeffers of the Twins, Sam Huff out of 299 of the Rangers, Joe Adell of the Angels, and Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves. And our first Bowman first, we have Johnny Piron of the Tampa Bay Rays, William Diaz of the Dodgers, Gabriel Rodriguez of the Guardians, Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers, Christian Hernandez of the Cubs, Yiddy Copy of the Marlins, and Mikel Perez of the Seattle Mariners. And on to our featured cards. We have the Jefferson Aquero out of 25 of the Milwaukee Brewers right there heading to Steven. And then we have 2 autos. And here they go. Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies out of 299 going to Timothy. And Emerson Hancock out of 99 of the Mariners heading to Gene. And with that, we are done with break 1499. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the snake. Alrighty, we are back and ready for some football. We have the snake. Let's do a little snake roll call. T-Man, are you? I see T-Man here. I see Haley here. Brett, are you around? Brett, are you around? Lucas is here. Brett's here. Phil, are you here? And then Cynthia. Cynthia, are you here? Cynthia is here. Awesome. As you can tell, this is one of the ones from the sealed case because those went through 1622. And here we go. The absolute football snake draft right here. And let's see how many times we are going to randomize this draft. 9 times. Let's do it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alrighty, we have those snake places in order, and let's get the snake here going. Brett Diddley, Brett up with the snake. Brett with the Jags. Phil up with number 2. Bill with the New England Patriots. Mr. CEO with 3. CEO with the Niners, and Haley with number 4. I'm guessing she's jumping for joy. Haley with the Bears, and Lucas with 5. Lucas with the Jets, T-Man with 6. Look at Mr. CEO just being a team player. Haley up next. Haley with the Bengals. And now Cynthia with back-to-backs. Cynthia with the Miami Dolphins. And the Philadelphia Eagles. Haley up next. And T-Man up next. Dallas Cowboys. Lucas up after that. The Atlanta Falcons, followed up by T-Man. Followed up by Haley, the Minnesota Vikings. My mistake there, I went backwards for a second. Mr. CEO. And I feel like here's where it's gonna start grinding the gears. Like this is the first 2021 snake, I believe. Or at least the first 2021 snake of solid product. Mr. CEO with the Chargers, and Phil is up next. Oh man. Phil with the Buffalo Bills, and Brett Diddley, Brett with back-to-backs. Chiefs, Cardinals. Bang. And bang. Phil up again. Brett was ready. He prepared for this in the war room. Phil with the Giants and now Mr. CEO. So Absolute Baseball is sold out with my distributor. So I've been having to buy loose boxes. I think we're cooking. With the Packers. Going to Haley. Haley with the Ravens. And Lucas with the Denver Broncos, followed up by T-Man. With the Colts. Haley up next. Haley with the Titans. Saints Texans for Cynthia. Haley up next. Haley with the Panthers. T-Man up next. With the Lions. Lucas up after that. Lucas with the Washington football team. Haley up again. Haley with the Rams and Mr. CEO. The Seahawks and Phil with the second to last pick between the Browns and the Raiders. Meaning Brett taking the Raiders to finish it off. Alrighty, and we will work to get these teams loaded right here. Alrighty, let's rip. Josh Rosen downtown. What's that go for, Harry? Like 40? Do you have to pay them, or do they have to pay you to take that? Is there like a secret Josh Rosen collectors group out there? Alrighty, starting off, we have Mr. Jalen Ramsey of the Rams going to Haley. Right there. And then we are going to have a Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings also going to Haley. Following that up, we have our first parallel, and that is going to be Mr. David Montgomery out of 100 of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then it is Mr. Terrell Davis out of 99, the Groundhogs of the Denver Broncos going to Lucas. And last but not least in this one, it is going to be a redemption, and that is a Rookie Premier Materials Autos Jumbo, and that is going to be Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans, and that is going to Haley. Wow, just the Haley pack right there. A Jamie Newton downtown. Remember how many Jamie Newmans were pulled out of those earlier football products? They just thought this guy was going to be a stud, didn't even make it all the way through training camp. Alrighty, starting off, we have DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers to Haley right there. Following that up with a Chris Carson of the Seattle Seahawks to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Chubba Hubbard out of 250 RC right there of the Carolina Panthers going to Haley. Following that up, we're going to have a Micah Parsons auto. Micah Parsons out of 199 of the Dallas Cowboys going to T-Man. Following that up, we are going to have the stargazing Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, and that is out of 75, going to Brett Diddley. Brett. And we're on to our last pack right here. First up, we have the Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team going to Lucas. Right there. And then we have Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. And that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. Next up, it is going to be an 3 out of 5 Asante Samuel Jr. of the Los Angeles Chargers. Right there. 3 out of 5 of the Chargers going to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have the Derrick Henry tools of the trade out of 99 of the Tennessee Titans going to Haley. And last but not least, it is going to be a Brandon Stevens of the Baltimore Ravens. 59 out of 75 going to Haley as well. Alrighty, with that we will run this snake down. Our vet insert the stargazing Josh Jacobs out of 75, and then the David Montgomery parallel out of 100, followed by our rookie hit, the Chuba Hubbard out of 250 of the Carolina Panthers going to Haley. And now on to our featured cards. Our two veterans, we have the Derrick Henry tools of the trade out of 99 and the Terrell Davis Groundhogs of the Denver Broncos out of 99. That going to Lucas, tools of the trade headed to Haley. Then we have our two rookie autos right here. We have the 59 out of 75 Brandon Stevens of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley, followed up by the Dallas Cowboys Micah Parsons out of 199 heading to T-Man. And then here we go, our two hits out of this one. And we have the rookie Premier Materials Autos Jumbos Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans going to Haley. And the 3 out of 5 Asante Samuel Jr. of the Chargers heading to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1570. And we are going to take a 5-minute break before we get back with an absolute football pick your team. Here we go, folks. Diving right into another absolute football break. Actually, John, we haven't done a giveaway in a while, have we?
We haven't.
Alrighty.
We should.
We already randomized guns, correct?
Yes. So
Alrighty.
we have a new keyword coming up.
Our new keyword coming up. Are you ready?
I am ready.
John's ready. I'm ready. The world is ready for drugs. Well, I didn't mean it like that, but I guess we're going. No correct guesses yet. But I'm on to my third Genesee Keller beer. Because they go down smooth. There's a lot of places in New York right now selling a like $40 t-shirt and you just get some pot with it. Mayans incorrect. Miami Vice incorrect. Animal Kingdom incorrect. Shameless incorrect. Fargo incorrect. Don't even know what that is.
So it includes advertising.
There we go. And here we go. This is break 1407, inventory number 1612, and you know that case is 1611 to 1622. I have never seen Fargo. That is correct. I guess I'll have to be the judge of that, Adam.
You say it was good or bad?
He said I'm just missing out on it. You know, Adam, I will say I may be missing out on that, and I definitely have missed out on you over the last few weeks. All right, we have the Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals to kick things off right there. And then we have a Patrick Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings to follow that along. And then our first hit is going to be Mr. Tylan Wallace with the War Room patch at a 199 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Bill. And then we're going to have a redemption, and it is another Dez Fitzpatrick, the Rookie Premier Materials Auto Spectrum, and that is of the Tennessee Titans, and that is heading to Cynthia. Dez Fitzpatrick must not have been able to get his signatures in there. All right. And next up, we are going to have a Joe Burrow out of 100. Joey Burrow out of 100 of the Cincinnati Bengals right there. Joe Burrow out of 100 with that insert. Let's fill those recon, 50% off. I don't want to go to bed. Oh, thanks for putting this insert right up front. Really appreciate that, Panini. We have the by storm Kellen Mond RC of the Minnesota Vikings out of 75 right there. Followed up by a Mr. Micah Parsons out of 199 auto. Micah Parsons out of 199 right there of the Dallas Cowboys going to Joe. And apparently when there's a 1, there's 2, and that is the out of 250 Micah Parsons regular, and that is of the Dallas Cowboys going to Joe as well. Following that up, we have a Ben Roethlisberger. I feel like this pack was just backwards. Or Ben Roethlisberger, or it was my fault, of the Pittsburgh Steelers right there. Following that up with a Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. All right, that might have been my fault. I might have opened that box backwards. We have David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears. David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears. Following that up, we're going to have a Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers right there, the second base in this final mini box. And next up, we are going to have a Travis Etienne out of 75 of the Jacksonville Jaguars with that Spectrum orange right there. And that is going to be heading to Double M. And then we have a Kyle Pitts War Room out of 75. Kyle Pitts War Room out of 75 of Hotlanta going to Cynthia. And last but not least, we have the Chauncey Golston. That rare 4 out of 50 Chauncey Golston auto of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Joe. Alrighty, let's run these down. We have that parallel Joe Burrow out of 100 of the Cincinnati Bengals. Following that up, we have 2 rookies. We have the Travis Etienne out of 75 of the Jaguars, Micah Parsons out of 250 of the Dallas Cowboys, and the Kellen Mond by storm out of 75 of the Minnesota Vikings. And on to our featured cards. Our 2 Cowboys to get started here. We have Micah Parsons and Chauncey Golston, and both of them are going to be going to Joe. Congratulations, Joe, for those hits. That Micah Parsons out of 199 and Chauncey out of 50. Probably would like to have those reversed. And then we have the rookie Premier Materials Auto Spectrum, and then 2 War Rooms. The Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens out of 199 going to Bill. The Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans to Cynthia. And Kyle Pitts of Hotlanta to Cynthia as well. And with that, we are done with break 1407. And we will be right back with break 1237, a pick your team plus random. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1237, the 2021 Absolute Football Hobby one box pick your team plus random number 1616 from that sealed case. And let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. That's going to be 8 times to randomize the teams. 8 times to randomize the teams, and then we'll randomize all the users and match it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Right there. Alrighty, whoever gets first will get the Patriots, second the Jets, third the Jags, fourth the Bears, and fifth the 49ers. Let's see what happens right here. 8 times on that one, 8 times on that one as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty, here we go. We have the New England Patriots going to Phil. The New England Patriots are going to Phil. The New York Jets are going to Haley. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott. And then we have the Bears and the 49ers going to Cynthia. Headed to Cynthia, and we will get those teams loaded right now. Oh, I think we were both doing it right there. That's funny. That'd be great if we finished that whole case tonight. Eventually, those will skyrocket up. I mean, they really yo-yoed in terms of value. You know, like less than a month ago, you couldn't find them anywhere for less than $700 a box. Now you have some sites at $500, some at $600. Panini, I think, was at $525 yesterday. So I adjusted the price yesterday when I realized there was another downturn. It's so funny. All the other new releases have just like skyrocketed the day of release. We have Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz right there of the Indianapolis Colts going to Haley, followed up by Keenan Allen of the Chargers. Keenan Allen of the Chargers going to Joe. And then we're going to have our first rookie, and that's Dekumbo Ogunde of the Atlanta Falcons out of 75 going to Spangs right there from the University of Notre Dame. And then our first hit is going to be a Justin Jefferson, Tools of the Trade out of 99 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Next up, we are going to have a auto, and that is Mr. Chaz Surratt out of 199 of the Minnesota Vikings as well, and that is going to Haley. What a Vikings pack that was. It's Julio! Julio to get things started right there. Oh my, how many redemptions can there be? Alrighty, we have Julio Jones of the Tennessee Titans, followed by his partner in crime right there. That's Mr. A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans as well. Haley's probably in 70% of the absolute spots so far, though, as well. Then we have out of 250, Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets going to Haley right there. followed up by a redemption. And it is going to be a rookie Premier Materials Auto Spectrum, Kyle Pitts, and that is going to Spangs. Very rarely do you get the call, and he called it right there. And next up, we have a Justin Herbert out of 100, 21 out of 100 right there of the Chargers going to Joe. Yeah, like sometimes I'll be like, wow, Haley just got like 3 out of the 5 randoms or 2 out of the 5 randoms. And then I look and it's like, oh, well, she had 60, 70% of the spots. So it makes sense. It depends on the color. So, I think. Looks like $199 or less. We have Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns right there to get things going. Followed up by Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Tua of the Miami Dolphins to follow that up, and that is heading to Cynthia. And then we're going to have a Chicago Bear, an unsung heroes, 12 out of 25 of the Bears heading to Cynthia. That's Allen Robinson. Following that up, it is going to be an Air Raid Matt Ryan of Hotlanta. Not numbered right there, but an Air Raid Hotlanta right there. Oh, it is out of 199. I apologize. Out of 199. And that is going to Spangs. And last but not least, we have the Gary Brightwell out of 100 auto of the New York Giants. And that is going to Phil. Right there. Alrighty. Well, you know, at least we're getting some of these slower boxes out of the way. Alrighty. Here we go. We have the parallel and inserts, the Allen Robinson 12 out of 25 unsung heroes of the Bears to Cynthia, and the Justin Herbert out of 100 of the Chargers to Joe. And then we have 2 rookie hits right there. Elijah Vera Tucker out of 250 of the Jets to Haley, and Adekumbo of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Spangs. And now on to our featured cards. Our 2 veteran hits. The Air Raid Matt Ryan out of 199 headed to Spangler, and the Justin Jefferson out of 99 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. And then we have 3 rookie hits right here. We have the 2 autos, followed by the rookie patch auto right there. Gary Brightwell of the Giants out of 100 going to Phil. Out of 199, Chaz Surratt to Haley, and Kyle Pitts going to Spangler. And with that, we are done with break 1237. And we will be right back. Well, do we have to do a randomization of a keyword?
We do.
We do. Folks, type drugs in the chat. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And it is going to be a mosaic pack, and that is going to be heading to Phil. Marshawn Lynch, Michael Thomas, Deshaun Watson, and an old school Jerome Bettis. Cool card right there. And with that, here we go. This is break number 1508. 1508, the 2021 Absolute Football one box pick your team plus random. And we're going to do that 4 times. 4 times on the teams. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, whoever goes first, whoever gets the first team gets the Jets, or the Bears. Second team gets the Jets. Third, the Jaguars. Fourth, the 49ers. And fifth, the Patriots. And let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users. Oops, that came out early. And that is going to be 8 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty. We have Haley getting the Chicago Bears. We have the New York Jets going to Andrew. New York Jets going to Andrew right there. Matt getting the Jaguars. Matt getting the Jaguars. Followed up by the 49ers going to Mr. CEO. And Chris B getting the New England Patriots. Alrighty, and here we go. Starting off, we have David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears. David Montgomery of the Bears. Well, they love him in some absolute football. Followed by DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks are right there. And then we're going to have an Asante Samuel, 1 out of 50 of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Matthew. And our first hit is going to be a Tools of the Trade out of 99. That is Mr. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts heading to Haley. Following that one up, we have a rookie patch auto, and that is going to be Mr. Jacob Harris of the Rams going to Cynthia. Jacob Harris out of 399 of the Rams heading to Cynthia. On to our next box right here. We have Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley. Following that up, we have Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers to Tyler. And then our next hit is going to be a Jamar Chase rookie out of 100 of the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals to Mr. CEO. And following that, we are going to have a 1 out of 5, the Duke Wilson Football Ian Book patch of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia. A very cool Ian Book patch right there. I do love that one right there. And following that up, we're going to have a redemption. And can you guess who it is? It is going to be Mr. Kyle Pitts, the signature rookies spectrum. Guessing that's 1 out of 199 of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Kyle Pitts, the one man who can't seem to get an autograph back to any manufacturer for any project. First up, we have the Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams right there, followed by Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Justin Herbert of the Chargers. And then we have a Daz Newsome out of 250. Daz Newsome out of 250 of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Right there. Following that up, we have the Elijah Moore introductions out of 25 of the New York Jets going to Andrew. And then last but not least, it is going to be Mr. Davis Mills out of 75 of the Houston Texans right there. And that is going to Chris. And with that, we are done with the Absolute Football Box 1508. Let's run these down. And Brett, that was our 5th box. We are about halfway through the box. Let's run these rooks down. We have 3 rookie parallels. We have the Daz Newsome out of 299 or 250. The Jamar Chase out of 100 of the Cincinnati Bengals. That Daz Newsome to Haley. Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Mr. CEO. And Asante Samuel of the Chargers to Matthew. And now on to the featured cards, of which there is quite a few. So we'll start with our veteran and our non-memorabilia. The veteran, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts to Haley out of 99. That introductions out of 25 of the Jets going to Andrew. And following that up, it is rookie time right there. Alrighty, look at these hits. We have that Kyle Pitts Spectrum signature rookies right there, headed to Mr. CEO. The Jacob Harris rookie patch auto of the Rams to Cynthia. And the Davis Mills out of 75 auto heading to Chris. And then last but not least, it is a Magtastic Ian Book with the full football patch right there. And that is 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5. All right. Well, with that, we are going to take a 8-minute break, and we will be back with our next eBay break of the evening. Alrighty. We are back with some absolute baseball, and let me get these teams loaded. All right, let's rock and roll. This is break 1549, the 2021 Absolute Baseball one box. Pick your team. Isaiah Kiner Falafel of the Texas Rangers, Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, Aaron Nola of the Philadelphia Phillies, Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by Pete Alonso out of 149 of the New York Yankees, going to Alejandro, and then a rookie class, Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, going to Nick. And then here we go. It is a Tools of the Trade. Dinelson Lamet of the San Diego Padres right there. And that is heading to Francisco. And then our next featured card out of this one is going to be the 3 out of 5. Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles going to Greg. What an auto right there. And we're on to our next mini box in this break. We have Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers, Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Matt Olson of the Oakland Athletics, followed by Joe Jackson of the Chicago White Sox, Colin Moran of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by a Fernando Tatis Jr. out of 99 of the San Diego Padres, going to Francisco. Then we have Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves with the Extreme Team headed to Brandon, followed by an Adley Rutschman out of 149 Prospects of the Baltimore Orioles going to Greg. This is break number 1549. And then we have 2 featured cards. We have the Tools of the Trade, Bob Turley of the New York Yankees, and then a Isaac Paredes Baseball Materials signature. Isaac Paredes Baseball Materials signature right there. And that is of the Detroit Tigers, and that is going to Nick. Nice hit right there. Alrighty. And here we go. Let's run down these inserts and parallels. The out of 149, Adley Rutschman of the Orioles, Ronald Acuna, Extreme Team of the Braves, Fernando Tatis out of 99 of the Padres, a rookie class, Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, and Pete Alonso out of 149 of the New York Mets. And then here we go, our featured cards. We have 2 Tools of the Trade. Bob Turley of the Yankees going to Alejandro, and Dinelson Lamet of the San Diego Padres going to Francisco. And to wrap up this break, we have 2 hits. We have the Isaac Paredes Rookie Baseball Materials signatures, and that is going to be a redemption of the Detroit Tigers to Nick, and the Ryan Mountcastle 3 out of 5 auto of the Baltimore Orioles going to Greg. And with that, we are done with break 1549, and we will be right back with some Bowman Chrome Light. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. This is break 1550. Break 1550, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light. One box, pick your team. Vladimir Guerrero of the Blue Jays, followed by a Reed Detmers right there of the Los Angeles Angels, going to Chris. And then we have that black and white Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to be going to Adam. Followed up by a Reed Detmers of the Angels, and we have Heidbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers. Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Eric. And then we have Kyle Lewis out of 250 of the Seattle Mariners heading to Chris right there. Followed by Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. We have a Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins. That's going to be going to Andrew right there, followed by a summer camp. Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds heading to Cynthia. And then we have a black and white Austin Wells of the New York Yankees going to Eric as well. And then a Bowman first, Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers heading to William. And then a Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Eric. Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds. Tyler Stevenson of the Reds going to Cynthia, followed by Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays heading to Kevin. And then we have a 40-man futures Matthew Allen of the New York Mets, followed by Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins and Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres. We have a Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers. Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers going to Eric, followed by a Bowman first, Gabriel Rodriguez out of 125 of the Cleveland Guardians heading to Nick. And then we have a black and white Emerson Hancock of the Seattle Mariners going to Chris as well, followed up by Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals and Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, followed by Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. We have a 40-man futures Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox right there. And then we have Nick Lodolo of the Reds and Garrett Mitchell of the Brewers. Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, a black and white Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals right there going to William, followed up by a Victor Acosta Bowman first of the San Diego Padres going to William, and an Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets heading to Adam with that Bowman first. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by a Spencer Torkelson summer camp right there of the Detroit Tigers heading to William, followed up by that Austin Martin Donna Glory of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Kevin. Then we have Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, that's a Bowman first, heading to William as well, followed by Heston Kyrgyzstan of the Baltimore Orioles. JD Martinez of the Red Sox, Bryce Harper of the Phillies, a black and white Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals going to Adam right there. Then we have Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers heading to William, and Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics going to William to wrap that up. I've only had 3. I slowed down. There's no point in slamming beers while sitting here. George Springer of the Blue Jays, followed by a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees right there going to Eric, followed up by a 40-man futures Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics. Then we have Justin Foscue of the Rangers and Drew Romo of the Rockies. All right, let's run down these rookies. We have Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, Sam Huff of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, and Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. And now on to our Bowman first. We have Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, Alexander Ramirez of the New York Mets, Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres, Gabriel Rodriguez of the Cleveland Guardians out of 125 right there, Luis Medina of the Brewers, and then Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers. And with that, we are done with break 1550. We'll be right back with some certified football. We are back with the Chargers, back with some certified football, and we have the Chargers to auction off. The Los Angeles Chargers here to be auctioned off, and we are going to start it with $5 in increments of $1. 7 from Aaron. 8 from Jeff. 9 from Aaron. 15 from Aaron, just coming out of the gate hot right there. $15 from Aaron, and we will start the countdown. 16 from Clayton, which means we will have another 15-second countdown. And here we go, 15 seconds on the clock right there. $22 from Aaron. $22 from Aaron, and that is the winning one right there. And we will do our next keyword giveaway. And I think it's a new keyword, right, John?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty. Let's do it.
I'm ready when you are.
The keyword is LA. And yes, Aaron, you have it with 19. Sorry about that. Yep, Aaron, send it PayPal. Perfect, thank you. No correct guesses yet. And there we go, show giveaway guessing has ended, which means you can load it, John. Here we go. This is break 1551, the 2021 Certified Football Hobby One Box. Pick your team. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers are right there. And then we have a Gary Brightwell out of 299 RC of the New York Football Giants, followed by the filler card there. And then we have the Stars, Christian McCaffrey. Stars, Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, followed by Sam Darnold of the Panthers and Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We have David Johnson of the Texans, followed by Taysom Hill out of 249 of the New Orleans Saints right there. And then we have a Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Chad. Derrick Henry of the Titans going to Chad, followed by J.J. Watt of the Cardinals and Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by the graffiti Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Steven. Following that up, we have Jonnu Smith of the Titans and David Montgomery of the Bears. And then here we go. It is going to be a Dwame Brown rookie patch auto out of 299 of the Washington football team going to Chad. Nice hit right there. We have Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs to kick things off in this pack, followed up by a Stars, Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys right there. And then we're going to have a Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up with Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers. And here we go. It is going to be a new generation Trey Sermon patch. Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, followed by Ryan Tannehill out of 149 of the Tennessee Titans, going to Chad. And then we have a seal of approval, Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks, going to Andrew right there. Following that up with Derrick Henry of the Titans and Aaron Donald of the Rams. Miles Sanders of the Eagles, followed up by a gold team, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Gold team Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, followed by Jeff Okudah of the Lions and Matt Stafford of the Rams. And then here we go. It is going to be another rookie, and that's Kenneth Gainwell out of 399 of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to a Mark. And we have that red zone deal for that certified as well. Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs. We have an Aaron Rodgers out of 50 dark horse right there. The Green Bay Packers going to Chad. Nice hit right there, followed by Austin Eckler of the Chargers and Cam Newton of the Patriots. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. And then, we got a not a 99, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Steven. And we're going to have to mag-tastic that bad boy for sure. Then we have a little J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. Followed up by Roquan Smith of the Bears and Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers. And we have 2 packs left in this break. Danny Jones of the New York Football Giants. Followed up by a dark horse Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Then we have Mr. McCaffrey of the Panthers. Look at that, already holding his hamstring because he knows he's going to get hurt. Followed by Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos. And then here it goes. It is a little Davis Mills out of 50. The new generation Davis Mills patch out of 50 going to Christopher. Nice hit right there, and now we are on to the last pack in this one. We have J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, a seal of approval, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. And then we have Mr. George Kittle of the Giants and Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. And here you go. We have the out of 45 Heath Miller of the Pittsburgh Steelers to wrap that up, going to Donald. All right, let's run this down. We have the 2 rooks right here. Gary Brightwell out of $2.99 and Kenneth Gainwell out of $3.99. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles to Mark. Gary Brightwell of the Giants to Chris. And now on to our featured cards. Our veteran hits. We have Heath Miller out of 45 of the Steelers going to Donald, and Aaron Rodgers out of 50 of the Green Bay Packers heading to Chad. Following that up, it's our rookie hits. We have the new generation Davis Mills, the new generation Trey Sermon, and the rookie patch auto Dwame Brown. Davis Mills of the Texans to Chris, Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team to Chad, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Lucas. And then we have our graffiti Trevor Lawrence, followed up by our auto 99 Trevor Lawrence. A nice Jaguars break right here, and that is the end of break 1551. Which means we're moving on to break 1552. 1552 right here. Here we go. This is break 1552, the 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1-box Pick Your Team. Guys, we are rocking and rolling tonight. We might set a new record for breaks.
Maybe.
I haven't even checked the sold in a while. Let's see.
I see there are 2 more that I didn't know about just now.
2 more that John didn't know about that we got to get loaded up right there. Oh, baby. Brett, I got a big day tomorrow. Me and my best friend's new baby, so can't break through that. Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, a little Carson Wentz action of the Colts, Javon Curse of the Titans, Marvin Jones of the Jags, and Adam Thielen of the Vikings. Then we have a Brevin Jordan rated rookie of the Houston Texans to Cynthia, followed up by a red press-proof Joe Schobert of the Jaguars going to Steven as well. A retro series Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens going to Andrew. And then an action all-pros Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Just so many inserts in this Donruss. I feel like it's just so cyclical with the product releases. Nick Chubb of the Browns, Charles Woodson of the Raiders, Mike Vrabel of the Titans, Adrian Peterson of the Lions. Then we have a Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, followed by Justin Herbert of the Chargers, an Elijah Mitchell rated rookie of the San Francisco Giants going to Jesse, followed by a red press-proof Pete Werner of the New Orleans Saints right there, and that is heading to Cynthia, followed by the champ is here, Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then we have a portrait, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Alrighty, here we go. Khalil Mack of the Bears, Jalen Mills of the Patriots, Michael Thomas of the Saints, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Aaron Jones of the Packers, George Kittle of the 49ers. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Richard, followed by Zach Cunningham out of 100 with that silver press proof of the Texans, followed up by a Legend Series Drew Brees of the Chargers, and then the rookies Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jesse. Marcus Peters of the Ravens, Danielle Hunter of the Vikings. We have Cooper Kupp of the Rams, followed by Julio Jones of the Falcons. Then we have a DeMarcus Lawrence of the Cowboys, a Joseph Osai rated rookie of the Bengals, followed up by that green optic preview, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley right there. That's a nice hit for Haley, followed up by a red press proof Delvin Cook. And then we have the highlights, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs and a Dominators, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, that's definitely the hard part. Like, it's like when the schedule originally got posted, it was like new stuff every 2 weeks, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like you get one new football every 6 weeks. Like the next new football coming out is Spectra, and that's December 1st. Chris Godwin of the Bucks, Chris Carson of the Seahawks, and then we're going to have a little Phillip Rivers of the Chargers, Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Washington Football Team, Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, a Trevon Moehrig rated rookie of the Raiders right there, and that's going to Richard, followed by a red press proof Kyler Murray. Then we got that Elite Series, and you know who that is. That's our number one kicker, Justin Tucker. Just kidding. We all know who the true number one kicker is. That's Bassomatic, baby. Followed up by the rookies, Gridiron Kings, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, heading to Thomas. And again, folks, I wish I could call you out if you were a new customer today. However, that eBay error unfortunately took that away from me today. Tim Patrick of the Broncos, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers. We have Taylor Heineke of the Washington Football Team, Deshaun Watson of the Texans, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, and then it is Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to be heading to Jesse. Following that up, we have a Rob Gronkowski red press proof, and then we have a Trevor Lawrence Elite Series a rookie right there of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Steven. Following that up, we have the Dominators, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there. And we have 4 packs left in this break. Brandon Graham of the Eagles, Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Mark Ingram of the Texans, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans right there. And we got Taysom Hill of the Saints, Laviska Shenault of the Jags, a little Terrace Marshall Jr. rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers headed to Eric. And then we have that red press proof Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Jesse, followed up by an Elite Series rookies Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Richard, and the Rookies edition Pittsburgh Steelers Najee Harris going to Brett. Not Brett Diddley, Brett, just Brett B.
You have another Brett?
All the Bretts.
Nice.
Tiki Barber of the Giants, followed by Tremaine Edmonds of the Buffalo Bills, Barry Sanders of the Lions, Taysom Hill of the Saints, and then we're going to go to Quinnen Williams of the Jets and Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, followed by Azeez Olahari of the New York Football Giants. And that is going to be heading to Richard, followed up by T.Y. Hilton of the Indianapolis Colts out of 500 right there. Then we have a retro series of Brett Favre and a portrait Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints, and that is going to be going to Cynthia. Nelson Aguilar of the Patriots, Patrick Queen of the Ravens, followed up by Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams. We have DeAndre Swift of the Lions, followed by Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, going to Cynthia. And then we have that green optic preview, and that's going to be Mr. Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals to Thomas. Following that up, we have the red press proof Quandre Diggs of the Seahawks, a Power Formulas Tua of the Miami Dolphins, and then a Dominators Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals. CJ Ham of the Vikings, Leonard Fournette of the Bucks. We have a Matt Ryan of the Falcons, followed by Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, and Kyle Long of the Chiefs, followed by Yamin Davis of the Washington Football Team, going to Josh. A red press-proof Michael Pittman Jr. of the Indianapolis Colts, going to Adam. A road to the Super Bowl Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. And then it's going to be the Rookies edition Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. And that is going to be heading to Jesse. Not a bad 49ers break right there. Alrighty, let's run this down right now. Yamin Davis of the Washington Football Team. Nico Collins of the Texans. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints. That's a portrait edition. Azeez Olahari of the Giants. The Rookies, Najee Harris of the Steelers. The Elite Series rookies, Devonta Smith of the Eagles. The red press-proof Trey Sermon of the 49ers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers. The Gridiron Kings rookies, Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders. Joseph Osai of the Bengals. Rondale Moore of the Cardinals. A portrait Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers. Pete Werner of the Saints. Elijah Mitchell of the 49ers. And Brevin Jordan of the Texans. And now on to our featured cards. We have our two green press-proof optics to kick things off right there. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, and Chris Evans of the Bengals to Thomas. And then here we go. We have a little Trevor Lawrence bookended by some Trey Lance. The Trey Lances of the 49ers going to Jesse, and Trevor Lawrence of the Jags going to Steven. And with that, we are done with break 1552. We will be right back from the hardwood for some Revolution basketball. All right, we have some Revolution basketball. We do have a recon scheduled for tonight, a pick your team plus random. That's going to be coming up in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 breaks from now. Right now, though, we have the Cavs and the Pelicans to auction off. The Cavs and the Pelicans bidding begins at $1 and $5 in increments of $1. $5 from Aaron. 6 right there. We're working on getting duplicates posted of 1591 and 1592 right now. 9 from Aaron. 11 from Chad. 17 from Aaron. 19 from Chad. 23 from Aaron. 'All right, Aaron has them for 23. We'll do a 15-second countdown because those were the only two people bidding right there, and Chad has said he's out. And Aaron takes them. Aaron takes them. And while we wait for that, type LA in the chat and we will randomize LA. I don't know what the show is yet. We can't guess that right now. Alrighty, count it down, John.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Brett Kaplan.
Brett Kaplan, right there. Getting the Topps 2016 bunt. No show guessing right there. Stephen Amatz, Zach Greinke, Colton Wong, The Light Force, Kane, Barry Larkin, Nolan Arenado, and Jung Ho Kang. Here we go. Break 1553, the 2020-21 Panini Revolution Hobby. One box, pick your team. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Christian Wood of the Rockets, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, and then we're going to have a Impact Cosmic out of 100. That is Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz going to Andrew, followed by a Denny Avdija RC of the Washington Wizards going to Sam. We have Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, a Groove, CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Adam, and then a Rookie Revolution, Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks to Mr. CEO. Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Devin Booker of the Suns, James Harden of the Rockets, a Vortex, Ben Simmons of the Philadelphia 76ers to Daniel, followed by Skylar Mars of the Atlanta Hawks to Jerome. Wow, opening packs the old-fashioned way. We have Steph Curry of the Warriors, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Aaron Baines of the Raptors, a Groove, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks right there. Followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Give me 2 seconds and that'll be working. 1 sec. I have to do it. There we go. They are now working. Code should be working. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, a Groove, Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets right there to Andrew, followed up by a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons heading to Jordan. No, thanks for letting me know. I didn't realize Dan had posted them yet, but unfortunately I am the discount master here. The new Aaron Rodgers, discount double saute. We have Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Alfred Payton of the Knicks, Draymond Green of the Warriors, Victor Oladipo Astro of the Indiana Pacers going to Eric, followed by a Supernova, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers going to Jeffrey. Trae Young of the Hawks, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, John Collins of the Hawks. We have an Emmanuel Quickly Astro RC of the New York Knicks, and that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO, followed up by Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. For a second there, I was saying it was going to you, John, Mr. CTO.
Nice.
We have Nikola Vukovic of the Maj, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Buddy Hield of the Kings, an Astro. Can I be your hero, baby? Of the Miami Heat to Andrew, followed up by a Vortex, Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors. Alrighty, let's run down these inserts and parallels. We have the Vortex, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, the Supernova, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, the Shockwave, Giannis of the Bucks, the Vortex, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, an Astro, Tyler Hero of the Heat, an Astro, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, a Groove, Kyrie of the Nets, a Groove, Trae Young of the Hawks, and a Cosmic Rudy Gobert out of 100 of the Utah Jazz. That is going to Andrew. Our base rookies, we have Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons, Skylar Mays of the Hawks, and Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards. And then for our inserts and parallels, we have that Rookie Revolution, Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks to Mr. CEO, the Astro Emmanuel Quickly to Mr. CEO, and the Groove, CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Adam. And with that, we are done with break number 1553. Which means we're on to 1554, and we have a 3-team auction. That's going to be the Lakers, the Celtics, and the Pacers. Bidding will begin at $10 in increments of $5. We have 25 from Kevin. $25 from Kevin. Do we have 30? Alrighty. Well, we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. We do not do Cash App. Just PayPal.
Kevin has it right now?
Yep. Aaron with 30, which means 15 seconds going on the clock. You got to pick your division that could definitely go tonight as well. Alrighty, Aaron gets it for 30. Chad, unfortunately, you were after the countdown was complete, and Aaron already had it, and it was in increments of 5. Aaron, submit your payment in the link in the chat. And we are going to do our next keyword. You ready, John?
Not yet.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Crime. But no correct ones.
Yeah, you've got one here.
Finally. Here we go. Break 1554, the 2020-21 Panini Donruss Optic Fast Break 1 box. Pick your team. Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns, Brent Ingram of the Pelicans, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a disco Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics going to Aaron, followed by a Terrell Terry rated rookie of the Dallas Mavericks going to Richard. There's no spots left in Origins. Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Kevin Knox of the Knicks, Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, a JJ Redick reigning threes of the New Orleans Pelicans right there, and then an Onika Okongwu rated rookie of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Cynthia. Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, a Disco, Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers, followed up by a Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons rated rookie, and that is going to Richard. Dwight Powell of the Mavericks, Paul George of the Clippers, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, a silver, Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks going to Cynthia, followed by an Isaiah Stewart rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons heading to Richard. Tyler Hero of the Heat, Siko Demboya of the Pistons, Nikola Vukovic of the Mavs, and then we have an Isaac Okoro RC, and that is going to be a purple out of 95 of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Phil, followed up by a Peyton Pritchard rated rookie of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to Aaron. Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Alfred Payton of the Knicks. We have our reigning threes, Duncan Robinson of the Heat, followed up by Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is going to be heading to Wingachan. Alrighty. On to our next pack in this one. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, a Disco PJ Tucker of the Houston Rockets, followed by a Cassius Stanley, a rated rookie of the Indiana Pacers, and that is going to Aaron. Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, Kevin Porter of the Rockets, a lights-out Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers right there, followed up by an RJ Hampton rated rookie of the Denver Nuggets going to Andrew. I mean, I think if you fill the 3 absolute breaks that are currently on the site, that means we'll do the entire case tonight. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Jusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, Ricky Rubio of the Timberwolves, a Disco Siko Demboya of the Detroit Pistons to a Richard, followed up by a Theo Maledon, rated a rookie of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to a Richard. Julius Randle of the Knicks, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Devin Booker of the Sun, a lights-out Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls to Steven, followed by Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks going to a Richard right there. And you get 50% off that, Phil. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, Kelly Oubre of the Golden State Warriors. We have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder Disco right there, followed up by a Nick Richards rated rookie of the Charlotte Hornets. Going to Steven. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Cam Reddish of the Hawks, Rajon Rondo of the Hawks, the Elite Dominators, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies right there, followed up by Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks. Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to a Richard. we have Harrison Barnes of the Kings, Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, a blue Domantas out of 60 of the Indiana Pacers going to Aaron right there, followed up by Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is going to Wingachan. Steph Curry of the Warriors, Josh Jackson of the Pistons, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, James Harden of the All-Stars, but of the Brooklyn Nets. And then he came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Of the Charlotte Hornets going to Steven. And we have 4 packs left in this one. Brooke Lopez, followed up by Bojan Bogdanovic of the Jazz, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, a Disco Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, followed up by Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks. Tyler Bay of the Mavs right there, heading to Richard. And we have 3 packs left. Eric Paschal of the Warriors, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, and here we go. It's going to be a fast break signatures. Udonis Haslem of the Miami Heat going to Andrew. Following that up, we have the stargazing Kawhi Leonard, and then the Devin Vassell rated rookie of the San Antonio Spurs going to Josh. Jeremiah Grant of the Pistons, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a red Russell Westbrook out of 48 out of 85 right there of the Washington Wizards to Richard, and then Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Cynthia. Joel Embiid of the 76ers. We have Jason Tatum, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, and Elite Dominators Anthony Davis, followed by Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Thomas. All right. We have the out of 85 Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, and the out of 90 Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. Out of 50 Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, and then our rookie rundown. Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, Skylar Mays of the Hawks, Devin Vassell of the Spurs, Tyler Bay of the Mavericks, followed up by Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves, Josh Green of the Mavs, Nick Richards of the Hornets, Obi Toppin of the Knicks, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons, a silver Skylar Mays of the Hawks, Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons, Oniko Kongwu of the Hawks, Terrell Terry of the Mavs, and the Disco Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have our 2 base rookies. We have Anthony Edwards, and he came in like a mellow ball. Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves to Wingacheng. LaMelo Ball of the Hornets going to Steven. Following that up, we have our two nice parallels. We have the out of 95 Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Phil, and the Udonis Haslem auto going to Andrew. And with that, we're done with break 1554. And we will be right back with some football. we are back and ready to rock and roll. This is break 1589, the 2021 Origins Football one box pick your team plus random. We will randomize the teams first to see what order they're in, and then we'll randomize the users to match it up. And that is going to be 9 times on the teams. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, Patriots, Jags, Bears, Jets, 49ers. And now let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users. 8 times on the users. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty, let's run this down. The Patriots are going to Andrew. The Patriots going to Andrew. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to Jim right there. Jim is getting the Jaguars. The Chicago Bears going to Haley. Mr. CEO getting the New York Jets. And Haley getting the 49ers. All right, John, do you want to get those teams loaded up there as I get this box open? Alrighty, starting off, we have Joe Burrow with the 29 out of 79 of the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow with that 29 out of 79 of the Bengals. Followed up, and that is going to be going to Jim. Followed up by a J.K. Dobbins out of 175. J.K. Dobbins out of 175 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley. And then we're going to have a Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets. Jamison Crowder of the Jets to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have a TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions heading to Haley. Next up, our first hit is going to be the Future Fabrics, Joey Burrow, 47 out of 49 of the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is going to Jim. That would have been a great hit last year. Following that up, we're going to have an auto, and that is an out of 99, and Mr. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, and that is going to Haley. 61 out of 99 to be exact. And last but not least, it is going to be a Nico Collins rookie patch auto, and that is going to be going to Haley of the Houston Texans. No numbers on that one. Not a great Origins box right there. Alrighty, our numbers hits right here. The J.K. Dobbins out of 175 of the Baltimore Ravens to Haley, and Joe Burrow out of 79 of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jim. Following that up, we have our 3 hits right here. We have the Joe Burrow patch, the Davis Mills auto, and the Nico Collins rookie patch auto. Davis Mills out of 99 going to Haley. Nico Collins not numbered going to Haley. And then Joe Burrow out of 49 of the Bengals going to Jim. And with that, we are done with break 1589. which means we are back to some absolute football. Let me get this team random set up here. Here we go. This is break 1239, the 2021 Absolute Football Team Random, inventory number 1614. Remember 1612 through 1622 or 2021, where 1611 through 1622 were the same case, and we're gonna randomize these users 10 times.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And let's rip these breaks. We have Julio Jones of the Tennessee Titans to kick things off right there, followed up by Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. That Julio going to Haley, and that Russ going to Josh. Following that up, we have the 9 out of 50, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Joe. And then here we go. It is going to be an air raid Joshua Allen out of 199 of the Buffalo Bills going to Haley. Following that up, we are going to have a Panini Points. Panini Points that we will get to randomize here at the end. Always fun, John. We've got Carson Wentz of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to William, followed by Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints, and that is heading to Mark right there. Following that up, we have a Devontae Adams out of 75 of the Green Bay Packers heading to T-Man. And then we are going to have a War Room, Monra St. Brown out of 25 of the Detroit Lions heading to Spangler. Following up that War Room right there, we are going to have a Pat Freiermuth out of 99 right there. Pat Freiermuth out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that is going to be a rookie patch auto going to Dustin. And we're on to the last box, mini box in this box. We have a little Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns going to Spangs, followed by A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans going to Haley right there. And then we're going to have a Jalen Camp of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 250 RC going to Jay. Following that, we have the Ian Book by storm out of 25 of the New Orleans Saints, heading to a mark right there. And then here we go. It is going to be a Kenneth Gainwell auto. Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles out of 199. And that is going to Haley. Alrighty. Let's randomize this. These points. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the points. 8 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That is going to Dusty. And he's got the New York Jets, so we will toss that on there. There you go. That'll be with the New York Jets. All right, let's run down the rest of these cards. We have the Devontae Adams out of 75 of the Green Bay Packers going to T-Man. Followed up by these rookies right here. Jalen Camp of the Jaguars going to Jay. Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings to Joe. And the by storm Ian Book of the Saints to Mark. And now on to our featured cards. Our veteran, we have the Air Raid, Josh Allen out of 199 going to Haley right there. And then it is rookie time. Boom, boom, boom right there. The Kenneth Gainwell auto out of 199 of the Philadelphia Eagles to Haley. Amon-Ra St. Brown out of 25 of the Detroit Lions to Spangs. And the Pat Fryermuth rookie patch auto out of 99 of the Steelers to Dusty. And with that, we are done with break 1239. We will be right back with some more Absolute Football. We're going to take a brief break and we'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Here we go, folks. This is break 1572. The Panini Recon Basketball. Exciting stuff right here. First, we have to randomize the teams. This pick your team plus random will randomize the Hornets and Timberwolves 7 times. 7 times on that one. Three, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. Timberwolves the first team, the Hornets the second team. And now we will randomize the users. How many times are we going to do that one? That's going to be 5 times. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty, here we go. Adam getting the Timberwolves and Kenneth getting the Hornets. And we will get those teams loaded as I get this break open. Pack or box open. Six cards per pack, 10 packs per box. Chris Boucher of the Raptors, Luguentz-Dort of the Thunder, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, and here we go right off the bat. It is the Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott of the Memphis Grizzlies. No, that's not the head coach, obviously, but that is Sean McDermott of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have a Precious Achiuwa RC right there. Precious Achiuwa RC, and that is of the Miami Heat to Cynthia. And then we have the Kristaps Porzingis rookie review of the New York Knicks right there, heading to T-Man. Aaron Gordon of the Nuggets, Evan Fournier of the Celtics, Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, a little Kyle Kuzma action right there of the Los Angeles Lakers, followed by a Rock the Rim, Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz. That's a cool insert right there, and that is headed to Kenneth. Kobe White of the Bulls, followed by Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Al Horford of the Thunder, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, a little Jimmy Butler out of 199 of the Miami Heat right there, heading to Cynthia, followed up by a Sky's the Limit, Nikola Jokic right there of the Denver Nuggets going to Phil. Well, you could fill that Recon Picker team. There's only 4 spots left in that, 50% off. Tobias Harris of the 76ers, DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks. He came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets right there, going to Kenneth. And you know that is going to get a sizzle sticker for sure, followed up by the Robert Woodard RC, Robert Woodard of the Sacramento Kings. And that is going to be heading, Robert Woodard of the Kings, going to be heading to Bob. Followed up by a Sam Merrill RC of the Milwaukee Bucks. And that is going to Phil. And then we have a rookie review, Kyrie Irving, out of 199 of the Cleveland Cavaliers. a Theo Maladon RC right off the gates of going to Tom of the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed by a Lamar Stevens of the Cleveland Cavaliers RC to Phil. Then we have Zion of the Pelicans, Xavier Tillman RC of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia, followed by a Sadiq Bey Rook of the Detroit Pistons going to Bob right there. And then we have Maneuvers, Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets heading to Steven. We have Sam Merrill of the Milwaukee Bucks. Sam Merrill of the Milwaukee Bucks RC going to Phil. Deion Wright of the Kings. Joe Harris of the Nets. And here it goes. It is Nathan Knight of the Atlanta Hawks. That's a rookie. And that is going to Cynthia. Followed up by a Kevin Durant of the Nets. And a Desmond Bain, a rookie insert right there of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Cynthia. Those are definitely some interesting autos so far. Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Jalen Brunson of the Mavs, Montrezl Harrell of the Lakers, a Trae Young 10 out of 10 of the Atlanta Hawks right there. And that is a nice hit for sure. And that is going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have DeAndre Ayton of the Suns and a Maneuvers, Devin Booker of the Suns as well. And that is going to go to Kenneth. We have 3 left right here. Rudy Gobert of the Jazz and Anthony Edwards RC right there of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Adam. Following that, we have a Devin Dotson RC of the Chicago Bulls to Bob, followed up by Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, a Cole Anthony out of 99 rookie of the Orlando Magic going to Bob, and then a New York Knicks future legends RJ Barrett right there. Cool looking card for sure. Seems like a lot of inserts, but it doesn't seem like there's any like small inserts. John Wall of the Rockets, or super short print. Darius Garland of the Cavs, a Vernon Carey Jr. RC of the Hornets to Kenneth, followed by Oleski Pukusevsky RC of the Thunder going to Thomas right there. Then we have Zach LaVine of the Bulls and a Maneuvers Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets. Then we're on to our last pack. Definitely a lot of no names, though, I feel like. There's a lot of guys that I've never even gotten close to hearing from. Reggie Perry. Reggie Perry right there of the Nets. Reggie Perry of the Nets. And that is going to be heading to Steven. Followed up by Dennis Schroeder of the Lakers, Julius Randle of the Knicks, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, a Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, and an eyes on the prize Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors going to Leslie. Here we go. Reggie Perry of the Nets, followed up by Oleski Pukusevsky of the Thunder, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, a Cole Anthony out of 99 of the Magic, Devin Dotson of the Bulls, a rookie insert Grit Bain of the Grizzlies, followed by Sam Merrill of the Bucks, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, Lamar Stevens of the Cavs, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, Sam Merrill of the Bucks, Robert Woodard of the Kings, and Precious Achua of the Heat to run down those rookies. And now on to the featured cards. We have the LaMelo Ball, the Anthony Edwards base RC right off the bat. The Anthony Edwards base RC right off the bat going to Adam. Following that up, we have our 2 autos. They are the Nathan Nite RC True Potential signatures of the Hawks to Cynthia, and Sean McDermott of the Grizzlies to Cynthia as well. And last but not least, it's our 2 Magtastic hits. The LaMelo Ball base. He came in like a mellow ball. And then we have a Trae Young 10 out of 10. That's going to Cynthia, the LaMelo Ball to Kenneth. And with that, we are done with break 1572. We'll be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, we're here for 1591, but we have a bit of an issue. For some reason, the Carolina Panthers did not get purchased. The Panthers did not get purchased in this break. I'm just going to do another double check. But it does not seem like the Panthers got purchased. We can't find an order for it. I'm just doing one last double check here. I believe it's 100% correct. Not in that one. Not in that one. Not in that one. Nope. 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 No Panthers purchases, so, we're feeling generous. We're going to give it away, like Mr. CEO suggested.
Sounds good.
All right, here we go. This is break 1591, the 2020 Absolute Football One Box Pick Your Team. We have to randomize the Panthers, though. Randomize the Panthers. Let's see how many times we are going to do that between the current users in the break. 12 times.
That's a lot of times.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and them, they are going to fill. And we will get these teams loaded, and we will start ripping. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns to kick things off. Baker Mayfield of the Browns to kick things off followed by DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars. DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars right there. And then here we go. Our first one is a Canton Absolute, and that is Mr. Joe Thomas of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to Haley. Following up with the Browns, we are going to have a Trey Sermon rookie patch auto out of $3.99 of the San Francisco 49ers going to T-Man. And then we have a auto 100 Najee Harris RC of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Lucas. Um, 1219 has not filled yet. 1219 is not filled yet. It's a serial filler. Because we couldn't fill it just by selling teams. We have a Julio Jones of the Tennessee Titans to get things started right there, followed up by Derrick Henry, also of the Tennessee Titans. Derrick Henry of the Titans as well. And then here we go, folks. It is going to be a out of 250 Shi Smith of the Carolina Panthers going to Phil right there. Following that up with an out of 199 Michael Carter auto of the New York Jets going to Bill. Yep. Yeah, you still have them, Jim. And here we go, folks. Our first nice hit. And it is going to be a by storm Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. By storm Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And that is going to get that sexy little mag. And that is going to be going to Bill. Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Haley right there, followed by Corey Davis of the New York Jets, and that is going to Bill as well. And then we're going to have a out of 250 Anthony Schwartz RC of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to be heading to Haley. Following that up, we are going to have a stargazing Christian McCaffrey 4 out of 10 of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Phil. Not bad for a free one. And then here we go, last but not least, it is the Jalen Darden auto. Jalen Darden out of 75 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Spangs. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Anthony Schwartz out of 250 of the Cleveland Browns heading to Haley, followed by an out of 250 Shi Smith of the Carolina Panthers to Phil, and an out of 100 Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is going to be going to Lucas. And then to follow that up, we've got our veteran hit. That's going to be a Joe Thomas out of 199 heading to Haley. And then following that up, we have these two autos and the rookie patch auto. We have Michael Carter of the Jets going to Bill, Trey Sermon of the 49ers to T-Man, and Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Spangs. And last but not least, here we go. We have the Buy Storm Zach Wilson, 32 out of 50 of the New York Jets. And then the Stargazing Christian McCaffrey, 4 out of 10 of the Carolina Panthers, heading to Phil, and that Zach Wilson heading to Bill. And with that, we are done with break 1591. And now we are on to our next one. Here we go. This is break 1238, the one box division random of 2021 Absolute Football. And we'll see how many times we're going to randomize these divisions, and it's going to be 3 times. One, two, three. Alrighty. We have Lucas with the AFC East, Haley with the NFC North, D. Griff with the AFC South, Bill with the AFC West, Haley with the NFC East, Michael with the NFC North, Spangs with the NFC South, and the NFC West going to Zerk. All right, we will get those full teams listed for you as I dive in here. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns to kick things off, going to Haley. Followed up by Joey Bosa of the Chargers, and that is going to Bill right there. Then we have an Amon-Ra St. Brown out of 250 of the Detroit Lions, going to Michael. Heading to Michael right there. And we're going to follow that one up with a Odafe Owe auto out of 199 of the Baltimore Ravens, going to Haley. And that is going to be done up with a Juju Smith-Schuster, a red zone out of 50 of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Haley. Phil, unfortunately, we are done with breaks for the night after this Pick Your Team plus random. We have the T. Higgins to kick things off of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to Haley. Followed up by Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans, going to Daniel right there. Then we're going to have a Javon Holland RC, and that is 33 out of 75. 33 out of 75 right there of the Miami Dolphins. And that is going to be going to Lucas. And then, ooh, baby, here we go. It is going to be a teammates Trevor Lawrence and DJ Chark out of 199 of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Daniel. And then we have a points right there. And those points will be randomized. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize these points. And that is going to be 8 times. Eight times between the 8 users. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. They are going to be going to Spangler. And Spangs has the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I will write that on there. Following that up right here, we have our last pack in this one. We have a little Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions going to Michael. Jared Goff of the Lions to Michael, followed by Juju Smith-Schuster of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Juju Smith of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Daniel right there. And then we have a Tyson Campbell RC of the Jags as well out of 100. And that is going to Daniel. Following that up, we have a Tools of the Trade Alvin Kamara out of 99 of the New Orleans Saints going to Spangs right there. And last but certainly not least, a rookie premier out of 399. That is Mr. Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Haley. Let's run these down. We have the Juju Smith-Schuster insert out of 50 of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Haley. Then our rookie rundown, we have Tyson Campbell out of 100 of the Jags, Javon Holland out of 75 of the Dolphins, and Amon-Ra St. Brown out of 250 of the Detroit Lions. And then we have our featured cards. We have our Odafe Owe auto, we have our 900 points, and we have our Alvin Kamara Tools of the Trade. Followed up by that rookie premier, rookie patch auto, Kadarius Toney. Odafe Owe of the Ravens to Haley, the points to Spangs. Alvin Kamara Tools of the Trade going to Spangs as well. And then Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Haley. And the big hit out of this one was the teammates. Teammate tandem, Trevor Lawrence and DJ Chark, 71 out of 199 of the Jaguars going to Daniel. And with that, we are done with break 1238. Which means we need to randomize crime before our next and final break. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is XCal.
XCal getting the giveaway. Let's see what it is. It is going to be a Prism football. Prism football right there. Lamar Jackson, Danny Amendola, Michael Pittman Jr., and Logan Wilson with that Prism football blaster going to XCal. I feel like he is, yeah. Here we go. This is break number 1592, the 2021 Absolute Football Pick Your Team Plus Random. We will randomize these teams first to see what order they will end up being matched up with the users in. And we're going to randomize those 11 times. And wow, we have had a lot of high randomizations tonight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Jaguars, number 1. Patriots, 2. 49ers, 3. Jets, 4. And Bears, 5. And let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users. That is going to be 9 times. 9 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Woo-wee! Mr. CEO with the Jaguars and Haley with the rest of them. I believe so, Brett. Yes, it is. We have Matt Stafford of the Rams. Matt Stafford of the Rams. And that is going to Haley. Followed up by Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. Then we have an Elijah Vera Tucker out of 50 of the New York Jets. Going to Haley right there. Following that up, we have a team tandem, Justin Fields and Cole Kmet. I need some of these mags that were right here. Justin Fields and Cole Kmet. Right there.
Yeah.
And we will be getting this one magged up for Haley right there. And then last but not least, it is going to be the Sammy Ellinger auto. And that is of the Indianapolis Colts out of 199 going to Bill. Thank you. Yep. Brett, you're wild. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts to kick things off right there. Followed up by Jason Kelsey of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Gary Brightwell RC out of 250 of the New York Giants, and that is going to be heading to Cynthia. And then here we go. It is going to be a Chubba Hubbard RC of the Carolina Panthers out of 25 going to Josh right there. And last but not least in this one, we have the unsung heroes, Fred Warner, out of 75 of the 49ers, and that is going to Haley. And here we go. We have a Cam Newton of the New England Patriots to kick things off, going to Haley, followed up by Laviska Shenault of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. Next up, we have an A.J. Brown out of 75 of the Tennessee Titans, and that is going to Haley as well. And next up, we have Mr. Ian Book with the War Room out of 199 of the New Orleans Saints, going to Haley. And then last but not least, we have the Dwame Brown out of 75, a rookie premier rookie patch auto, and that is going to Haley with the Washington football team. And there we have it. We are done with break 1592. 1592. Let's run down these rookies. Gary Brightwell of the New York football team, New York Giants heading to Cynthia. Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets heading to Haley. Yep. And here we go with our rundown. The War Room. Then we have the Chubba Hubbard and then Sam Ellinger to get things started. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints headed to Haley. Chubba Hubbard out of 25 of the Panthers to Josh. Sam Ellinger out of 199 of the Indianapolis Colts going to Bill. And then we have a rookie premier Dwame Brown out of 75. And that is going to be of the Washington football team going to Haley. And last but not least, we have the team tandem, Justin Fields and Cole Kmet of the Chicago Bears, going to Haley. And with that, we are done with break 1592. Which means we are done with tonight's show. Thank you to John and Dan for being here. Thank you to all of you at the BreakTraders community for always supporting us. We will see you Friday with some more absolute football and hopefully some more recon basketball. And hopefully we get into that Mosaic Choice baseball. See you Friday. Have a great night.